Alright, hello. How is everyone doing this fine... What is today? Wednesday? Wednesday afternoon. Oh, let's see. When we left off, we were... Yes, thank you. We were making a whole bunch of particle colliders for strange matter production, which we will be ripping up and moving somewhere else. Don't know where yet. Still doing hot, sadly, didn't leave after yesterday. That sounds miserable, I'm sorry, man. Very careful about this. Ah. I said if we're very careful about this. We can avoid dropping and littering things. Hello, Andrew. Oop, what am I short on now? Fun. Okay. Let's shove some more of that into logistic storage. Because of all the things I do not actually want to litter, building supplies are top among them. Hello, Jonas. Got the meds I have been waiting for 9 years last week. Goodness. Congratulations, and I hope the susceptibility to heat thing passes. Hello, Royal. And yeah, I'm with Andrew. AC is a miracle. Oop, what are we littering? Particle colliders is what we're littering. Oh dear. Alright.
Flight mode.
Hopefully the heat wave in general too. Yeah, agreed. Okay. Let's see, what do I have down for myself here? I need to make a fractionator.
Flight mode.
Which implies going back to a box that lives somewhere. Where am I looking here? Here we are. Here is our random stuff box. And just drop a bunch of things in here that I don't need for this next build. $1.05 per kilowatt hour. Oh my goodness, that is kind of excessive. Just a little. Okay. One cheap fan and nothing else. Oh dear. Yeah, if you have the means for AC, I highly recommend it. But, I know not everyone does. Okay, I need glass to make fractionators. And a window that doesn't close properly. Oh, man. This description just keeps getting worse. Okay. Now how many fractionators I need is possibly an open question. I can keep making it worse. I'm sure you could. But I think for your own sake, let's focus on something a little more pleasant here.
Replication complete. Flight mode.
I need more steel, I do not.
Flight mode.
Did I start this modded? I think I did. Okay. Alright, let's see. How does fractionation actually work here?
You've built a fractionator. It can
Thank
randomly
you.
fractionate deuterium from liquid
Upgrade
hydrogen.
complete.
Use the conveyor belt to feed in hydrogen from one side. After fractionation, the residue will be exported from the other side, while the deuterium will be fed out from the front port. If you need to increase deuterium output, speed up the cargo infeed and outfeed, or build more fractionators.
Interesting. Okay.
Mineral
Hi,
depleted.
can I make you go away? There we go. Okay, so it sounds like yeah. In that way, out that way. Oh god, he's clippy. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Okay, so the trick here is going to be finding some way to loop the hydrogen back to the input with priority. We could just use a splitter. That's probably the play. Do I have any splitters on me? Of course I do not. Like at least one. Oh, I do. I'm just blind. Okay. Now here's the especially interesting question. Do I proliferate the hydrogen? Why not is that it's free, whereas proliferation is not free. Hello, Pangoo. I mean, it reduces the number of trips that, that logistics vessels have to take, but I'm not really sure that's worth it.
Mineral depleted.
Yeah, hydrogen is easy to get more of, so I think I'm gonna leave it be for now. Okay. Can I? Not quite, no. Okay, so these do need a little bit of clearance from each other. Proliferation just gets you a higher fractionation speed, not rate. Let me check that, actually. I have a tab open on the wiki. Proliferated hydrogen will increase the fractionator's conversion rate. For example, a Proliferator Mark III will yield a 2% conversion rate compared to the base 1%. Passing through the fractionator does not remove the proliferator mark from the hydrogen unless it gets converted. So functionally, it's a production speed up. Fewer trips through the fractionator on average to get deuterium out. Let's see. Actually, do I want to send this down the middle? I probably do. If that's possible. That's awfully close. Doesn't look like it at this distance, no. Okay. So we could back this up some more. Hello, Royal. Can't you proliferate only once? Yes, you can proliferate only once, and apparently hydrogen that gets passed back out but doesn't get fractionated retains the proliferation bonus, is how that works. Okay. So these can be packed pretty tightly. Let's see. What am I doing? First off, that's upside down. Thank you. Okay. That is way too tall. Okay. I am trying to keep this within a reasonable vertical footprint here. I think you can place all the fractionators on belts. Let's try that. Apparently not. I think that might just be a turret thing. Okay. I can fit 2 rows of these facing inwards, but not 3 within the rough vertical space I've given myself here. So... what am I dropping? Okay. Let's see. Where is this gonna come back in? I guess we can just loop the hydrogen back around here, and then it gets fed back in this way. Yeah, that seems to make the most sense. That lets us move the first fractionator back one. Okay, that gets priority input that way. Actually, can we move this back another one? Might be able to. Technically, yes. Okay. How many fractionators can we fit in a row? A lot.
Mineral depleted. Mineral depleted. Flight mode.
When dragging, you can use the plus and minus to change the distance between items. Oh hey, look at that. Fascinating. That's kind of neat. Thank you for noticing that in the tooltip over there. Because I would not have. I need some more fractionators. Which are here. Okay. Then that belt has to come this way. The deuterium belt has to cross over before feeding back in like that. Okay. How many fractionators does this give us? 80 total. I think that seems nice and even.
Flight mode.
Now the only remaining thing is, well, first I need a ton more of these. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Okay. Now I need to figure out how to power these things. Or at least I will do that after getting the belt set up so I know what my boundaries are.
Replication complete.
Okay. Once that's built, no, I cannot copy paste that from. Okay. So the belts are annoyingly manual, but other than that... Okay. $18, $19, $20. Hello, Chloe. I hope your doctor's appointment goes well. Okay. That looks sufficiently loopy. Let's see, I need some more of these things just to start off. Okay, you get priority from there. Drawing tablet is a 24-inch Wacom Cintiq. Dang. That's facing the wrong way. It's also a touchscreen. Man, you got the good one. And I cannot put these up the middle. How is this colliding with another object? That bounding box is nowhere near. Okay. That's annoying. Look at that. Does that look like that's colliding to you? I don't think so. Yeah, this definitely has a cube hitbox. Which means I need to rip most of this up. Hello again, M-Tenor. I hope work goes well. There should be plenty of room here. That's very annoying. Uses mini HDMI. Okay, that is a small downside at least. Okay, since we're not proliferating anything, we can... Oh gosh, do I even want warpers at the back here? Well, I guess there's no... I kind of think I should be producing deuterium in the system where hydrogen is. "12 hours, oof. Do I want warpers at the back? That is genuinely a good question. I am tempted to say that I should only produce deuterium in systems where there is hydrogen. But I suppose I don't technically have a guarantee that it'll always work out that way. Especially with stuff like... what am I thinking of? Hydrogen is a byproduct of making... Is it graphene or carbon nanotubes? Yeah, advanced graphene from fire ice gives you hydrogen just because. Those two are connected. Okay. I think I know what I'm going to do here. Is I am going to move the outermost fractionators back one and then run power poles down the middle. This hurts. At least clicking and dragging them is easier. Also, the mini HDMI isn't included. That's a scam. Not a literal scam, but you get it. Oh, interesting. I'm going to need this every 3. I need that, and that. Before I can finally Stick the ending one back there. Okay. That will suffice. Now to put all these belts back. Port occupied. Guess I already did that one. Okay. Yeah, it's just a hitbox problem. Oh well. Worse things have happened. Yep. Need to see what I'm doing. Thank you.
Flight mode.
Okay, do I still have priority on that? I do. And I do. Okay, great. Move this one back. Same deal. Indeed, Fire Wizard. And what am I short on here? I have some steel, some stone. I need glass. And some steel, probably. Alright. And glass is here. I don't know how many I need, so...
Replication complete. Okay, that means I need 9 plus 7 is 16.
There we go. Thank you.
Replication complete.
All right, beautiful. Out and then in that way. Okay, these flashing signs are annoying me, so let's lay down some power poles. Three. Oh, I know. The lack of beacons is kind of sad, to be honest. I get why some people in the Factorio community hate them, but especially just from a computational perspective of wanting to get maximum output from minimum buildings. Yeah, beacons would be very nice. Okay. Yeah, I like the 2.0 beacon change as well. I think doing a exponentially decreasing bonus is exactly the right way to go. For speed detection, there is a dedicated conveyor belt building. The beacon is also a newly released building. I haven't seen one. Just for reference, when we say beacon here, for anyone who's not versed in Factorio lingo, that is a building you can place next to other buildings. Yeah. Yeah, I figured it was a little different. Beacons in Factorio are a building you can place next to other buildings to make the other buildings go faster. And I'm 99% certain the only way to do that in DSP is with Proliferator Spray. Okay. I have no idea about correct ratios, but this looks like a good fractionator setup to me. Let's see. We will leave Warper production in place on the back end. Let's see. Deuterium, save blueprint. Great. Awesome. It can be placed on a conveyor belt to detect item speed. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Not the same thing as in Factorio. Okay. We have our fractionation blueprint. We have cleaned it up. Okay, let's see. What else do I need to build? I need to build a science design. Okay. One for every science. So I think... See, this is 2 in, 1 out, 2 in, 1 out, 2 in, 1 out, 2 in, 1 out. 2 in, 1 out.
Replication complete.
Yeah, white science will need a different design, but the rainbow sciences can all get a shared design that just uses 2 things in and 1 thing out. Yeah, I made extra sure to make sure I was saving the blueprint. It is here. We're okay. Okay, let's see. We want some room for power poles down the middle, probably. Make sure to have all of them ratioed, but then you get recipes that require 8 times the blue and only half the red, so that really doesn't matter either. Yeah, I am... Okay, first off, how high can we build this now? That clips hard. Okay. Yeah, in late game it's all white science research, and... Oh my god. I cannot even see the top of that. Can you research more stacking? I think that's... I think I looked at this and that was as high as it went. But... let me think. Where is the upgrade for that? Yeah, vertical construction. We've already... That's as high as it goes, and that's plenty. Aw, I can't shift delete the entire thing. Okay. So if I don't want these to visually clip... I have to give myself a little extra room. That's hilarious. Okay. Let me look at these recipes again. Yeah, it is pretty much always a good idea to put the output belt farthest away. So we want something like this. Pile sorter, where did you go? Okay. Don't forget about landed ships. Yeah, I think I've given myself enough room here for that. Not that it's actually going to interfere. I'm pretty sure this is just a visual thing. Yeah, the answer is, who cares if this is excessive? I am aiming for that million hashes per second achievement, so... Arguably, no, this is not actually excessive. Yeah, exactly. It's not going to be excessive in 200 hours. Okay. I need to pop down some spray coaters before I forget. And some input pile sorters as well. It might even be insert the opposite of excessive. Reasonable, I guess. Reasonable, rational. Okay. That's how high we can go vertically. Yeah, too little. I agree. I also love that the lab is just ridiculously tall. And now we get to build a whole line of these things. Okay, how far away? 15 tiles almost exactly. Okay. One, two, three, which means that would go here. Oh, there will be 3 rows of labs here. This will be a truly ridiculous number of labs. Okay. Keep the inserters, please. Okay, if we leave a space in the middle for power, that does not line up cleanly at all.
Flight mode.
Well, I really wanted to have 15. Can use the substations here to get groups of 4. I mean, I could use substations here, I guess. What max width did you decide for your standard design? Whatever this is. It's somewhere in the neighborhood of like 25. I wanted to be able to stack 3 of these mega builds on top of each other between the equator and the first tropic line. And I looked up terrain, like grid dimensions and all that on the wiki after stream yesterday, and doing that in a height of 25 is actually, it turned out reasonable. Yeah, 25 by 100 is an excellent choice, Pangoo. I'm doing 25 by 125, so I could get 8 of them circling at the equator instead of 10, which makes it a little less efficient as you get closer to the poles, but it'll work out. Okay. I could just push these closer to the middle, which is probably the right thing to do.
what if instead of an offset of 15, I do an offset of 20? One, two, three, four. Three. That is too much. Okay, 18. This is very much trial and error. Yes, the very scientific, about this large. Gap of 1. Gap of 2 in the center. Do I use substations for this just to make it look a bit better? Oh, you know what I totally didn't factor in is the spray coater and offset. Yeah, that doesn't really matter. Quite odd to see pine trees in the middle of a desert. Do you mean Dyson Sphere or Factorio? Because that's part of the 2.1 changelog, is that you can now plant trees on desert sand. KSP. Fair. Okay, I don't want to make substations. I know I'm... Actually, let me try this real quick. I heard tell that we can interface with these from anywhere, so... Oh, we totally can. That's amazing. No range limit on interfacing with storage. Or interfacing with logistics storage, anyway. Hello, Scoopy Kalash.
Flight mode.
I agree. The diversity is part of what makes these games fun. Okay, is that enough room for a substation in the center? Where did that go? There it is. Yes, but it's off by 1. Of course it is. Okay. Let's see. Five. I mean, I know what the answer is here. It's to just shove the labs more towards the end of the build than the beginning, but I just wanted it to be nice and perfect. Out of curiosity. No, that is exactly the... I only wanted perfection. I feel ya. Two, three, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. So if I'm really spreading this out properly... It's 3 groups of 4. Cannot get over how high those are. Yeah, this is very true. It does fit with the giant stacks of labs. There we go. Okay, we'll worry about that later. Okay.
Flight mode.
I think that is good enough to duplicate. Actually, can I... use now? There we go. So you don't need those substations, just the 2 in the middle. Yep, I completely agree. I think given how, given how Dyson Sphere seems to want you to use proliferators, and then doesn't really give you great visibility into what that turns the ratios into, I think just building more if you need them is exactly the right call. Certainly what I'm doing. Okay. Let's see. While that's building, I need a ton more labs. This is going to be borderline gross how many labs we need here. Consumption rate is balanced with a sledgehammer. More glass. mag coils. Oh god, so many. Okay. I love how this is not even close to solving the problem.
Flight mode.
I hate Casimir crystals. 540 labs per block. 3 rows, 12 stacks of labs per row, and 15 in a stack. So whatever 36 times 15 is. Yep, 540, you were right. And yeah, I might need to set up automation for that. Like, purely just to draft this out. Yeah, this is one block. You are correct. Okay, next trip over, I will set up proper automation for this. Casimir is hydrogen, not unipolar magnets. Still hate them.
Replication complete.
Oh, I just realized that if I put that there... There we go. Needs to be room for this belt to get in, and that belt to get in. Oh, interesting. That just barely doesn't reach the edges. Okay. Then we're putting another substation there. If my bots would come back and actually place that. Ooh, just barely doesn't clip with the edge of that,
Flight mode.
with the edge of that ILS. I love it. Okay. God, this looks so stupid. I love it. Oh, and I have to stack all of these individually. Well, I can probably copy-paste. That's probably the better idea. Oh, God. That's hilarious. Don't mind me, just gonna squeeze through here. Okay, if I force build, that does nothing. Can't even see if I've maxed these out. There we go. Yeah, I think I've maxed these out. Okay.
Flight mode.
All right. Let these finish building and then go set up a PLS for this stuff. Oh, that's hilarious.
Flight mode.
Do I have a PLS on me? I do not. I'd need steel for that. I could also use some turbines. Okay. Labs are slow enough that I can build in resources to that high pile. I have no idea. We are just building a block of that size and hoping it works. Let's see.
Replication complete.
That went where? Here we go. Okay. Okay, you get to work making labs, which need iron ingots, glass, circuits, and mag coils. Okay. Iron ingots, glass. 500's fine. Receiver, 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 receiver. Do we really not have mag coils being
Flight
made
mode.
anywhere that these can access? I swore I did. No, they're being made right here, just not fast enough, I guess. What's the issue? Magnets are not getting here fast enough. Fascinating. Okay, for now, what we're gonna do is drop our fractionators and let's say our substations into a box and then
Flight mode.
steal a whole bunch of mag coils from this box. This is a Mark II, yes. that. Great.
Flight mode.
Okay. You just take a bunch of coils. And then I need to dump some sorter Mark IIs wherever the hell I was making those. That's belts. There they are. Okay.
Flight mode. Flight mode.
And just for a bit faster production, if magnets do come in,
Flight mode.
upgrade those as well. Okay. How many labs has that made us? And oh, duh, I'm an idiot. How many labs has this made us? None if you don't filter the outputs. Okay. Gets
Flight
circuits.
mode.
We are going to help this along with handcrafting for now.
Flight mode.
Somewhere. There they are.
Flight
Don't
mode.
want to make those by hand. I would appreciate it. I'm gonna have to make both a bunch of those by hand, aren't I? Fine.
Flight mode.
This is so stupid. I love how it doesn't build these in order. It works so it's not stupid. I hope you're right.
Replication complete.
We may have to work on something else while these craft in the background. Jeb survived the evil moon orbit mission that was designed to strand him and got home. Good job.
Flight mode.
Okay, there's another 70-some. Well, keep in mind that's a design that is only meant for a single science. And we're going to need 5 of these. 1 for each science. At least. I have no idea if that's enough to actually hit our hash target or not. Let's see, I need more glass. Copper.
Flight mode.
No. What's the holdup here? I have plenty of those, plenty of that. Magnets. That's the holdup.
Flight mode.
This is still the blueprint making stage, yes. I don't think I am going to put any of my actual science manufacturing on this planet. Haven't decided. There are 540 labs in one of these blocks, Pangoo. Look at this, it's building halfway up before it's building beneath. Labs can levitate. I have no idea if this is even too many labs to saturate ingredients belts. I'm sorry, you have 1,000 green labs producing enough for 150,000 per second hashes. Oh, God. Okay. We are going to be building very big then.
Mineral depleted.
Maybe there are better recipes. Better recipes for what, Jonas? I do remember that Science Planet you posted, and that is all for 150,000 per second hashes. Jeez. Okay.
Replication complete.
And here I thought I was going to be able to get away with building one Dyson sphere. Maybe not.
Flight mode.
Better recipe for the science packs, so you need fewer labs for them. I am pretty sure there are not alternate recipes for science packs. Or at least the replicator does a very good job of telling you when alternate recipes exist and what they're made with, even if you haven't gotten those resources yet. There are alternate recipes for science components. Okay. That's all correct. One million hashes a second is a lofty goal, but I believe in you. Well, thank you. Jeez, look at how far they stick out from the planet's surface. That's so goofy.
Replication complete.
Okay. We're almost there. We need like 100 more. Let's hope the planetary shield is high enough to protect from harm. That is an excellent point. Actually. Well, then again, I'm not, where's the key? Somewhere around here there's a key to show planetary shield. I think you actually have to click it. I don't have a planetary shield right next to these things, so it doesn't really matter, but I come into giant towers, apparently. You do, Selly. Hello. We are experimenting with stacking at max lab height. Okay. It appears that it would... a planetary shield would be high enough to cover these labs, if barely. Ah. Thank you. Go away. Okay, how many have you made in my absence? About 100. That might actually be good enough. Not that I'm going to count on that. Let's leave that view for the time being. We will go back for more iron ingots if we need them. Okay. There. 540 labs. Once it's finished building. Amazing. 540 cigarettes, yeah. It does kind of look like it, doesn't it? Okay. Okay. Rod. Okay. We will change that to red science. 7. Oh, yeah, that's right. 2 each for each of the 2 inputs, plus 1 for the warper on back. Okay. Ah. I really should watch Orville at some point. That's the Star Trek parody thing? Am I remembering that correctly? Okay. Shove there, shove there. Oh, that's where the 500 cigarette thing comes from. Gotcha. Okay. I think that is enough inventory space to tear down this whole thing. God, that's massive. It's literally higher than the cloud layer. Okay, yes, we have saved the blueprint. And now... or an area delete? How's our inventory doing? Actually, okay. Ooh, barely okay, but it's okay. All right. Let's drop off some of these labs somewhere. Actually, I shouldn't do that, because the next thing I want to build is white science, which is the special little snowflake. Okay. Does a pile sorter say... It can say how many it can pick up. 120 items per second. But presumably if it extends for longer... No. Interesting. Do pile sorters just not have a throughput that dips the longer distance they have to cross? Or is that tooltip just wrong? Neither would surprise me. Okay. Here's... Okay, here's the fundamental problem with white science. You can... You can manufacture this and then ship out the white science to be consumed elsewhere. But since it's an end product, and since labs... Since it is nice for labs to be able to consume color-based science anyway, it makes more sense to me to produce white science on site and then just shove it directly into the research lab. Like so. And then there is a problem we'll get to proliferation, don't worry. Oh, you mean proliferating white science. You are correct. Good call out, thank you. Okay. So, antimatter, 1, 2, 3 sciences. And then 2 more sciences that come in. Like so. Oh, and that doesn't even... it can work depending on which science you pick. Okay. Let's see, that needs to go up 1. Okay. I think what I want to do for this specific one I am a little worried, as you can tell, about getting every science into both labs as close to the actual lab itself as possible. I don't know if I need to do that. And the downside of doing that is that it's functionally impossible to make a big long row of these things. So this is one approach. Approach number 2. Where is... There's my pile sorters. Okay, white science in that way. If you want, I can tell you, I just don't want to constantly actually you. You're doing fine, Pangoa. Okay. Option 2 is this, which lets us make a big long row. Because the belts are only running to the sides here. I just had a horrible thought. No. Sorters can only insert at the ground level. That's fine. Like, can I just run these belts as high as the labs will go? And not really. Inserters are plenty fast even with 3 belts away for the science. Okay. I mean, I'm glad to hear that. Because it means I don't have to do anything stupid like that. Okay. Use now. Let's see, what did I think? Something like this. That collides. I'm more worried about belt speed, not inserter speed. Yeah, that is a fair point. Hang on, I need to consult this. How many did I have? I had... Right, I split this into 3 groups. Which we don't really have room for here. Unless... Oh, that means 7 belts, though. Yeah, actually, that just straight up... Sorry, I'm thinking out loud about, can I do the white science production in one stage? And then the consumption in a second stage instead of joining one-to-one directly like this. And because the white science production has 6 input ingredients, I think this is actually about as compact as we can make it. How far away was... Okay, that substation was exactly 10 away. So if we placed that there...
Flight mode.
That there...
Is now, and then... Stick another one of these here and here. Not what I'd call ideal.
Flight mode.
Also, I know this doesn't matter, like, at all. Ah, no. But I kind of want to flip this around. Just so it's symmetrical front to back. Does that matter for anything other than aesthetics? I don't think so. Okay. There, connect there. Okay, and the other thing I want to do
Flight mode.
since we need to get science in from both sides, we'll need a warper on both sides, which thankfully we have left ourselves enough room for. Okay. now... Oh, actually, before we copy any of this, we should build up. Also add inserters. Sorry, sorters. Was deflecting at all? No. Good. Good. Except it doesn't need one of those because one of them is going to be antimatter. I guess I should put that on a belt that's farthest away. Okay. Aw, really? No. This is incredibly stupid and aesthetic of me. No, you know what? Let's leave it as is. Three, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, which we will redo because it's deflecting slightly. Okay. Now, this goes out. This goes out.
Flight
And on
mode.
the other side, same deal. Done. Okay. Now we can come here. Copy this entire thing. Use there. Why are you complaining? And use here, and it runs in. Ah. Of course it runs into that. Okay. Worse things have happened. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to copy everything we have so far. Name it research temp. Save blueprint. And then work on tearing this whole thing down. We're doing on inventory. Not great. Okay. Rebuild this 5 tiles down. Same to you. Rebuild there.
Mineral depleted.
Okay. It's gonna complain about belt attachment into these, which I can solve by deleting and replacing it. In theory,
Flight mode.
okay. Oh, interesting, and it didn't save that connection for the proliferator. That's fine. Okay, as long as those are all attached now.
Flight mode.
fix up the other side. Okay. Should be all that is needed over there. Now we tell the rest of these labs to build tall. Okay. And now... Oop, almost missed one. Copy that. And shove it there where we now have room. Okay, what do we need? 4 more spray coaters. And some pile sorters. Spray coaters I can do. Then we just take these output belts. Lack item. There, now I don't lack the item.
Replication complete.
Okay.
Flight mode.
I am not sure. That blueprint saved my substations. And why are you now saying collide with other object? Uh-oh. Too close to these labs, really? Oh dear. Well, that's not great. Is it the round planets again? I really hoped not. That carries with it the potential implication that that science build is off too. I really wish collision in this game worked with tiles rather than floating point values. It's not Mercator's fault. Okay. Where did those substations go? Here. Yep, they fit in the middle there, but not there, and not there. They fit on the northernmost point. That's infuriating. Okay. What do I do about this?
Mineral depleted.
Thank you. I guess put normal towers in the in-between spaces and move the ones towards the end further in. That's true. Factorio does have its own bounding box idiosyncrasies. Okay, this flashing is making me go a little nuts here. What to do, what to do, what to do, what to do. Oh yeah, solar and accumulator blueprints that mesh with rails are always a pain in the ass. Even Satisfactory, the best game ever with zero debate. Okay, if I put Tesla down there, does it reach every inserter? Maybe, kinda, sorta.
Flight mode.
Does... There's a tile next to a rail curve where you can build a chest but not an accumulator. Yeah. I have run into exactly the same issue, Jonas. Okay. Tell you what. We need a way to distribute power better. And I don't need these labs stacked this tall until we figure that out. I think the green labs are in range, but they know their time is limited, Pangoo.
Flight mode.
That's good enough for now. Okay.
Flight mode.
You know what? Purely out of curiosity. What happens if I go here? No, I need to tear more down. I can go here maybe and try this out. Okay. That should be far enough away from anything. Collide with other object. Foundation required. Sure. Collide with other object. Boy, it sure looks... Oh, gosh. Even the labs run into each other at that height. Okay... So yeah, the labs and substations run into each other. But the labs and labs also run into each other. Okay. How far down do we have to build it to get that to not happen? Substations run into each other constantly. That's just complaining about foundation. Okay, so it's only at the very edge of the tropic. Ow. Apologies for the knuckle cracking. Oh. That substation thing makes me mad, though. Okay, well, one thing at a time. Let's figure this out first. Why are you now not complaining? I haven't moved anything yet. Don't tell me it's complaining about the lab height. It is complaining about the lab height. Interesting. Try copying one without sorters. I mean, I can put... yeah, I can remove that, and it's not the sorters. Yeah, the moment I get rid of the substation, I can build there again. I think it is. I think it's because of the floating satellite in the air, Psycho Rider. Okay, let's rethink here. Bare minimum, I have to split the center ones out a bit. Because that's going to collide with each other as we move towards the tropics. This is already borderline. And then for power... can't really move this. I mean, we can move it a little tiny bit closer to the tower without it visually clipping, but I'd like to not move it any further in if I can avoid it. So, okay, this was here. To push that out one tile. This was here, we have to push that out one tile. Opposite is true over here. Was there? Push it a little bit back. And no. Good, that belt is moving the right way. Okay. Then if we were going to do 2 substations down the center, we would need to move this pair towards the ILS by 2 tiles. Which looks like that. Which, like, technically, yeah. It functions. But I would appreciate something cleaner. Okay. Does that just move 1? Let's move 2 tiles in. There-ish? Yeah. Okay. Put that there. That there. There. Connect to the end like that. Does reach everything.
Flight mode.
No, except for the part that I need to move and haven't yet. There. There. Okay. So I can get rid of those two. Okay. This I can live with. Just have to move everything else. I'm sure this is the thrilling gameplay you all tune in for. Okay. Center is positioned properly. So we can use that. Yes, indeed, says Pangobo. Apparently this doesn't want to take the inserters with it because I've already laid down the belts, but that's okay. No. There we go. Okay, that is admittedly very annoying. Very true, Fire Wizard. I do appreciate y'all being here.
Flight mode.
Good. Okay. And I think last thing to do is everything's powered. So I think the last thing to do is to snake in the proliferator belt and then stack upwards. Let's keep the proliferator belts close. Black item. Wow, okay, I actually have no tier 3 belts left. This has apparently eaten all of them. Actually, see if I remember doing this correct. Wow, it's literally faster to just go around the other side of the planet. Amazing. Beautiful. Let's see, I was going this way. All the love to you and your audience, they, me included, don't seem like the kind to mind this after having seen what they do play in the Discord. Fair enough. I think that's, reasonable. Oh, can it really not travel over inserters? Oh, no, wait. It can... Okay. One proliferator belt.
Flight mode.
In. And two proliferator belt. Ah. Okay. Now I think all that is left to do is to build up and make our blueprint. around the construction area. All right. Let's walk towards the exact middle. And then as soon as that is no longer green, we can make our white psi and research blueprint. With hopefully no more collision issues. Give me just a second while this finishes. I'm gonna go get something to drink. Okay. Fresh can of Coke Zero. Not sponsored. Fresh can of military science pack. Okay. Oop. Double click that again. That is a tall blueprint. A mere 360 labs in this one. Save blueprint. Okay. Now, let's see. Now that we've done all of that, Uh-oh. We are starting to litter. Thank you, Logistic Storage, for the extra space. Where did all this litter go? I literally can't see where it all went. Okay, I think I got everything.
Dark fog clusters launching an assault.
Uh-oh. Whatever will I do except nothing and wait for my missile turrets to deal with it. Yeah, I agree, Fire Wizard. Seeing these all get deleted one at a time is extremely satisfying. Yeah, oh no, anyway. Literal definition. Okay. Where are they even? Not that I especially care. Ugh. Okay. I needed to pull this back out. Find a place to build it as close to the tropic as I can get it. Yeah. Substations and labs themselves are going to be a capital P problem. Okay. If I force this to build. And then see if I can get this to stop building up. Yeah, it's already down to 8 vessels coming from 10. Yeah, default Dark Fog is so tame. Yeah, see, when we build close to a tropic line like this, I get it. Yeah, I didn't know how they worked either, and I was similarly iffy about them, but the moment you unlock the holy missile turrets, it's basically game over. Okay. What do you think you can't build? Oh, goodness. I'm so sorry, Chloe. I don't suppose you know where you lost them. And again, if you did, they probably wouldn't be lost. Okay. How far back can we push that? Fairly far. 2, 3, 4. Can do 5. How bad does that clip? Not bad. I do, but the area is too big for me to search. Sorry, that sucks. Oh, sure, medium power poles fit in the middle now.
Mineral depleted.
Going to file a police report, probably a good idea. Can't do that. Yeah, really, best of luck dealing with that. That's a pain, and no matter... Oh, interesting. Foundation required. No matter the circumstances, that's just kind of a gigantic pain in the butt to deal with. Okay. I kinda like this look. Six pairs across instead of 3 groups of 4. Yeah, changing card numbers is absolutely the worst. I had to change physical card numbers once after I got a call from my credit card company. They said that there had been some kind of fraud detected on my account. I didn't notice anything, but okay, fine, whatever. So they sent me a new card in the mail, and the envelope of the new card had been opened with a knife and then resealed with Scotch tape. So I had to call them back and be like, hey, you need to send me yet another card. No, I haven't been across the border in like a decade, Fire Wizard. Which is just as well. Lord knows I don't want to deal with Border Patrol these days. Oh, the package that was cut open and sealed. I have no idea who did that. I doubt it was government, because I'm assuming they could have done a better job. Yeah, I have heard the same, and if I wasn't a citizen, I doubt I would be let in either. Whoops. Then again, who knows if they would even let me back in, despite my being a citizen. Which is a sad and horrifying thing to say.
Flight mode.
Okay. That is a decent grid that I know will actually work. And that clips in. Well, I can't leave that be. can give myself an extra 2 tiles of space. +1, 2.
Flight mode.
And then over here we have same thing, 12. Okay.
Flight mode.
Just to make sure. Yeah, that also clips. Okay.
Flight mode.
Okay, 2 groups of 6. Well, that barely avoids clipping. Okay.
Flight mode.
Three, 4. There, 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 and there. Okay. Now to stack everything. I think I'm only missing refineries and science, then I should have all the important blueprints. Nice. Now the ever-important question, what are you going to be doing with those blueprints? Look at the blueprints and admire their beauty. I have been caught doing that to some of my own blueprints here and there.
Very true. Every once in a while, I am also surprised by my own capacity to build nice things. Okay. Remove. Okay. Typing the right thing would be an idea. Okay. Ah.
Flight mode.
A minor problem with the blueprints. I did not power or belt in the proliferation. Went to the police station and it was the wrong one. I'm shocked that they care. Like, how are these things not interchangeable? If I did that correctly. I did. Great. Out of curiosity, can I dump this down on a below tropic and will it still complain? Ha! That works.
Flight mode.
Okay, don't actually build that, I was just testing things. Austin is big and separated by
Flight mode.
district. I mean, fair. Okay.
I think that is everything I actually need to blueprint.
Flight mode.
Okay, let's review here. That was a temp, we don't need that. That was a prank from yesterday, we don't need that. Okay. Generic assemblers, generic chemical plants, generic fractionation, proliferators, generic science, generic smelting, steel smelting, particle colliders, titanium alloy smelting, white science. Is that everything? Hi, kitty. What are we doing? You're walking directly in front of my monitor. Weirdo. Okay. Just glad it wasn't my security keys. I mean, yeah. Not that an attacker probably would have, or rather, not that someone who found your security keys on the street would probably know what to do with them, but losing them sounds like a horrible pain. Okay. We made Fractionator, we made Science Creation, we made Science Research. I guess I should maybe do something for oil. Refined oil and graphite. Yeah, I should probably make a plastic build. Oop, no. What are we researching right now? Logistics carrier capacity. Which is still like 2 hours away. What is the problem here? Plenty of quantum ships, not plenty of gravitational lenses. Which is bottlenecked by only having a bit of strange matter production. Okay. Well, we can just let that go, I guess. It was recently brought to my attention that the Factorio's simple coal liquefaction recipe is basically just dropping coal into sulfuric acid. Yeah, actually, that's about right. Okay.
I make an integrated plastic recipe, or builder, I guess, that isn't god-awful?
Flight mode.
I'm so tempted to rip half of this down. Oh, I've gone past where I wanted to go. Okay, you store a bunch of... Oh. It just occurred to me. I'm not sure that I put a limit on that mall thing, building more labs. Main issue is how much I want to spread out my production, as in how many different recipes. I did not. Well, that'll be enough for a couple more blocks worth of labs. Yeah, exactly. We'll just call it expansion proof. Technically, that is enough for another 2 blocks worth of labs, so... How many different recipes I want to put onto one planet so I have enough room for expansion. I like having all the same recipe in one place. Interesting. I am definitely more of a build everything locally if I can kind of person. I need at least 5 because white science is a separate one. So like 5.5, I guess. Particle colliders. There's the oil refineries.
Flight mode.
I knew I had some spare ones of those laying around somewhere. I don't think we're going to get to this today, but I would like to remake a mall. I want to make something that sits on the poles and is basically a base starter pack. Bit of power, some missile turrets, some ILSs, and production for every building I might need. I think I can fit all that in a big circle. Okay. Let me think about... what needs to happen here. Okay, crude oil needs to be turned into refined oil and hydrogen. Refined oil, hydrogen, and coal needs to be turned into more refined oil, because I do not want to have to deal with do not want to have to deal with hydrogen byproduct. So a belt of crude oil in. Belt of coal. Belt of refined oil. And a belt of plastic. And then where is the chemical plant? That looks wider than the other two. Is that wider? think it is. Of course it is. Okay. So really I would like to make these in 2 stages, so that I can cut off the refined oil input and make room for what I need a chemical plant to do. Yeah, hydrogen is just going to be turned into more oil. For which I need a coal input. Okay, if you're making plastic... Oh, you know what I'm not doing, though? I am not factoring in proliferating. Okay, 4 seconds to make 3 refined oil. You take 3 seconds to get 2. Okay. I think maybe the right thing to do is to do this in 2 stages. Or rather, 2 separate blocks. One of which takes in oil and coal and spits out pure refined oil, and a separate block that takes in oil and graphite and turns it into plastic, because I do not want to deal with an additional graphite input or integrated smelting of coal into graphite. So oh, are you seriously complaining about foundation here? That is thin enough for a power pole to fit behind. That's
Light
hilarious. Okay. Before I forget, right, this proliferator is slightly off compared to some of the others I've made.
Flight mode.
Oop, that's wrong. That's input.
That's better. Oh, into the deuterium production. I mean, again, hydrogen is free from gas giants. I kind of expect I will have an excess of that I'll have to prioritize, like burning off from graphene. And I'd really rather just have something that's integrated and spits out a single product, even if it means getting some coal in. Oh, the power pole. I get you, Fire Wizard. And yeah, the collision rules in this game are a little bit testy. That was off. Oh, are these really too far away from each other? No, they connect. That's fine. Oop, need more. Oil refineries. Ugh, just have to sit here and wait for it. I am impatient. Okay. We have this massive, almost 8 tiles worth of a gap over here. And about half that over here.
Flight mode. Replication complete.
So ideally, I would like to shift this whole thing about 2 tiles down. One, two, and before I forget, have some spray coaters. One, two, three. 3. There we go. Really happy with the blueprints I built today, just need to hope that they actually work. Testing reveals all sorts of fun things, doesn't it? But I believe in you. Okay, we'll put that there. Okay. I need 20 more oil refineries.
Flight mode.
Also
also a future me problem. I want to bed now. Yeah, you go do that. Sleep well. Okay. These things I do not especially care about littering. Yes, Hunga, every terrestrial planet has the same radius, I believe.
Flight mode.
So any blueprint that works for one planet should work with any other terrestrial planet, assuming you have enough foundation to, assuming you have enough foundation to actually cover everything you need.
Flight mode.
Yes, emphasis on should, as always. Okay, I think that gave me 20. 24. Okay, great. There works.
Flight mode.
Noticed that too, have you, Pango? It is, generally speaking, unwise to be 100% sure about something, because, odds are, you don't know what you're talking about. No, that's not gonna do it. Here. And then out. Two, three.
Mineral depleted.
4, and then you. Oop. Needed a belt for that. Okay. Now I should be able to copy this whole thing. Paste here. Paste here. And watch magic happen. Back item. There, now I have item. I do think that's very annoying that you can't use items directly from logistic storage. Spray, spray. Might even be able to fit 4 or 5 rows in there. I am not going to risk it. 2 in, 1 out is enough.
Here. Here. And there. Couple more power towers. Yeah, at least I don't have to walk over to it every time. That is true. Oh, yeah, okay, here's a... Okay, first off, I'm amazed you're not colliding. That being said... One thing I am not doing here...
Flight mode.
is proliferating the hydrogen and refined oil out from the first refinery into the second. Which means I either shouldn't also be proliferating the coal, or I need to separate out all these pairs and build in some extra room in the center for proliferation. What to do, what to do, what to do. I like this grid of 30.
Flight mode.
Tell you what I think I'm going to do. Remove this, this, this. So we're just proliferating the oil in and doing that on the first step. Then I am going to make a blueprint of this whole thing. Let's see. Save blueprint. Okay. Now that I have that,
Flight mode.
reach? It does. What are you doing? Fascinating. Okay. That technically works, but an equal spacing would be like here. So I want to move that close. No, it's fine where I had it. Okay. Okay, roughly there is the middle. Try that again. Ugh. Input, output. Should probably switch those, but that's okay. Okay. I could push this back up to 3 tiles if need be. And I am gonna have to because that's way too close. Okay. Clips a little into the proliferators, but that's okay. We're just gonna have to live with that.
Thank you for the bit, Sam Tenor. I do appreciate it. Every little bit helps. Okay, and I still... Yeah. It's too close for reasons. Even though that's fine. Okay. Have that. Have that connecting them. Okay. Oh, they are channel points. You can tell how much of a professional Twitch streamer I am. Don't even really know what channel points are. Okay. Use... Enter... 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 Okay, most of these inserters have to be done again. Uh-oh. Guess who's meowing? Yep, it is treat time. She knows. Okay, technically 2 tiles of space between there and the... Well, hang on. I actually want to judge is... 8 full tiles of space between center of this and edge of
Flight
that.
mode.
This is actually closer, so I can move that down a tile. I can't use channel points on predictions, literally the only use for them outside of random things the streamer adds as redeems, because that counts as paid gambling in the Netherlands. What?
Flight mode.
That's wild. Okay. Thus you can pay to get more channel points, thus paid gambling. I mean, I guess I get it, but that's... The things people... The things that certain governments choose to enforce is always fascinating to me.
Yeah, me too, Fire Wizard. I'm sure there is some version of reality in which that is a good idea. But, like, there are so many bigger problems. That's what really gets me about it, is that there are just bigger problems.
Flight mode.
Let's see. That in, that out. Out. Okay. Can I get this copied with inserters this time? Maybe, kinda, sorta. Minister of Digital Safety is a guy in his late 60s, early 70s. That's always a bad sign. Then again, this is coming from the country that gave us the series of tubes guy. Okay. Use... see if this just works. Yeah, series of tubes. So this is an older reference, but we had a I'm gonna forget the guy's name, but he was a senator from, I think, Alaska. I honestly forget exactly where. Who was in a hearing on, I want to say, like, digital piracy or something like that, which is, like, right off the bat, you're into deep water there, but had a very famous quote about, the internet is not something you can just dump something on. It's not a big truck. It's a series of tubes. So naturally, the internet had an absolute field day with that.
Replication complete. Flight mode.
Okay. We are now proliferating all our intermediates. Yep, the internet is in fact a series of tubes. I believe that quote has its own Wikipedia page. Okay. 4 pairs with proliferation as opposed to 5 pairs without intermediate proliferation. This is probably the better idea.
Flight mode.
Okay. Copy this whole thing. Yeah. Can't type. Okay, so we have a version with intermediate proliferation and a version without. I think I will use the version with. I may have to alter this to... even with proliferation, these outputs should be proportional. To how they are used in this refinery's input, but it may not be the worst idea to have separate filtered outputs, one for each of them, just in case. Then again, if I needed to do that, it would break for getting clogged on one of those products anyway, so I say we leave it and see what happens. Okay. Okay, I have a refined oil build. I suppose plastic, given refined oil as a single input, is just a generic chemical plant build, which I already have. So I think that's about everything that we need to actually start scaling up. That being the case, I have been streaming for 4 hours and the cat is staring at me for a treat. So I think I am going to call it here for the night. Let me see if there's any Dyson Sphere or Factorio person we can raid here on Twitch. I will certainly do that, Fire Wizard. Let's see. Nobody I recognize, but there is a person here playing Pyanodon's hard mode. So I think let's go get our brains broken here and raid the Pi hard mode guy. Have a good night, everyone.